हेलो। So, good morning, class, and welcome to the session. Let's get started in some time. So, guys, please confirm if I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming. Okay, so basically, I was going through. I was going through my notebooks. So, I can see there is one small thing which probably can be covered, which can still be covered in NLP, and then probably we'll go to our this thing, time series. Okay. So let's get uh, cover that part also. Probably it will take not more than an hour. And what I will say is that there is nothing much in theory. It is just again one predefined library. So probably I can say you would be having 1 hour of playful session. So you would just be enjoying everything. Though it would be a coding session, but still it doesn't has. It is just a kind of play. Okay. Give me a minute and then we'll let this get started. Okay. So I'm sharing a notebook. Just wait, it is still getting loaded, and then we'll start. And guys, how is the preparation going on? See, basically, we have covered our supervised, unsupervised. We have covered our NLP, right? So those people, those candidates who have been studying continuously, probably I'll suggest them to start looking out for the job. Okay, it's a high time. So now probably if any job opportunity comes, start applying for it. And obviously, depends how much your individual preparation is. Start applying for it because once you start applying, also you don't get a job in a single day or in a within a week. So it may take few weeks, few months. So start applying for it as and when requirement comes. Prepare your resume, put it on the Naukri or any web portal, job portal which you think. It's a high time that people should start applying. Okay. And by the time you get any call or something, the other things, time series and neural networks. So time series, neural networks, all these are very advanced topic. At a fresher level, rarely I have seen any a company asking any big questions on time series or neural network. Most of the questions are till the point whatever we have covered till this time. So start applying for it. This is my suggestion, and normally the suggestion I give in each and every batch. So start moving towards that. Start moving towards that aim. And as of now, let's explore our Spacie library. So Spacie library, again, it is an inbuilt library. And the usage part of Spacie library is not much, okay? But somewhere probably, yeah, you might have a requirement where you want to use a Spacie library. So for example, if you want to do your this thing, if you want to find your part of speech, whether it is a noun, pronoun, or whether you want to do your any R, NER is your name entity recognition. All those things, if you want to do, then probably Spatie library can be used. So import your Spatie library. If Spatie library is giving error, then obviously you know the solution. Install it, and then you say import. Ncore WebSM. And then what I'll do is I'll say language equal to Spatie.load Ncore WebSM.
Professor, what's the solution for the import Spatie?
Import Spatie solution. Are you getting error at import Spatie?
Yes, sir.
So I think the solution should be pip install Spatie.
Pip install Spatie.
Yes. Just take the error message, put it on the Google, and you should get the solution.
Okay, sir.
I think it should be in quotes. Okay, so fair enough. So this is the comment for Ncore. Okay, please take this comment. I'm putting on the chat window. Put this comment so that later on also you can refer to that comment. So if you don't get error at line number 7, it means your job is done. Just wait. Guys, let me know once you've done it. Anyone who is getting any error, any issues, please let me know.
I'm getting an error for the Ncore WebSM.
Yes, sir. I'm too.
You're also getting error for Ncore WebSM. Okay, so do one thing. Run this command. Run this command. Just I'm putting this command on the chat window. Again, this is a solution you will get from the Google. Run this command, but don't run it on the Jupyter notebook. Run it on the Anaconda prompt. Anaconda prompt में जाके ये command को copy paste करो.
Okay.
And probably your error should get resolved. I have pasted this command on the chat window, guys. Please take it. Please copy it from there. Don't make any spelling mistakes. Copy it, run it on the Anaconda prompt. And since everyone has joined online, I am assuming people would be having the net connection. If you are logged in from 2 different machines, make sure the other machine also has the net connection.
So my Anaconda prompt isn't letting me write anything.
Done, sir.
Tell me what is happening.
My Anaconda prompt isn't letting me write anything.
Your Anaconda prompt doesn't allow you to write anything. Check your setting.
What settings, sir?
I think your laptop security doesn't allow you. Uh, But how is it possible your Anaconda prompt doesn't allow you to write? Then how do you open Jupyter Notebook?
That's just the first thing it lets me write. Everything else, nothing more.
So Karthik is saying write on Anaconda PowerShell prompt. What is PowerShell prompt? Though I don't know. See, I don't know what you are saying. Solution, what I'm telling is very simple. What you need to do is you need to open the Anaconda prompt and paste it over here and press enter. That's it. Beyond this, I cannot help anyone. If your Anaconda prompt is not allowing you to write or whatever, people need to see what's their laptop setting. See, again, I'll tell you what you need to do is go to Anaconda prompt, paste the command which I have pasted on the chat and press enter. I'm not pressing enter because it's already installed on my system. That's it. What about others? किन किन लोगों का हो गया guys? Please confirm.
Done, sir.
Done, sir.
Done, sir.
Yes, sir. Ubaid has done.
Done? Okay.
In PowerShell prompt.
Okay. So help your colleague.
Yeah.
Talk
It's
to him on-
allowing running the code.
Talk to him on the WhatsApp or wherever. Take few minutes. Help him.
Okay.
So it's working on PowerShell. I got it.
Okay. Okay. Keep it. Till the time you got it, either in PowerShell, Anaconda, wherever, it's okay. At the end, the job should be done. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, guys. So my assumption is that everyone has done the solution. Anyone is still struggling, let us know. Somewhere or the other, we will help you out. Huh? Okay. Okay, fair enough. So I'll just remove everything. Now let's start exploring our Spacie library. So till this point, we have just installed the Spacie. Now let's explore our Spacie library. So it's a kind of playful session, and let's create a document. Let me say language. So I'm getting some message on the chat. Done. Okay, ठीक है. Now, this Mumbai is financial capital of India. GDP of India grew by 8% in last quarter. Okay, the base was small. All right, let's say. So I've created a document. Okay, so whether you write one sentence, two sentence, five sentence, or several pages, whatever, just an example. So what I've done, language. So Spacie.load. So this language is your basically you can say you have created an instance of your spacey load dictionary, and then I'm saying your type. So what type of document it is? So it says you that it is a spacey document. It is a spacey document. Okay. It is a spacey document. Okay. For I in doc print I. Okay. So it breaks your document into each and every word, and otherwise you can say I dot text. So what is document? You have already created a document and then you are breaking it into the words. See, basically, I'll tell you one thing, guys. Everyone, just stop and listen to me. If you want to do this thing, if you want to find the part of the speech, whether the word is noun, pronoun, verb, adjective, whatever, then first of all, you need to break your document into words, and then only you can identify whether the word is noun, pronoun, adjective, or whatever, right? So this is how we break our document into the words. Okay. So please create a document, or if you want, I can put this line on the chat window so that people don't waste much of their time, and then run the line number 10 and line number 12. And guys, please start confirming on the chat also once you do it. So there is nothing much for me to explain theoretically. Hey, someone is unmuted. Please go on mute. Saurav.
Done, sir.
Done? Okay. So if you understand the line number 12, then understanding the next line, the way I probably take up the sessions is, before going to the complicated code, I always break it. So what I'll do is I'll say I dot part of speech. Let me say, Arey Baba, kya ho gaya? Let me say this. Okay. Let me say this. This will give in numbers. This will give in. Okay. So basically it tells you what is a part of the speech. So Mumbai is PROUN. What, I don't know what this PROPN. I think it's a proper noun. And is auxiliary. Financial is ADJ. Capital is noun. Off is ADP. India is proper noun. Dot is a punctuation. GDP is a proper noun. Whatever. So basically, what you can do is full forms of part of speech in spacey. Let's check our documentation, and it will tell you the full form for each and everything. So you can see the full forms. What is AUX means? Is auxiliary. Look is a verb. Okay. So so you can see the full forms over here. So ADJ, adjective, ADP, add position, ADV, adverb, AUX, auxiliary, whatever, right? So I'll put this thing on the chat window. Explore this thing. Take a minute or two and try exploring it. So I am quite sure that these many part of the speech probably were not taught in our school or college days. So I only know about noun, pronoun, verb, adverb. But then probably in English language, there are so many other things are also there. You can explore them. What is INTJ, interjection, noun, numerical, particle, pronoun, symbol, verb, right? Okay. So anyone who is very good in English, financial course ने ADJ बोला है. What is ADJ? Adjective.
Sir, it's adjective.
It is adjective. Okay. PROPN. What is PROPN? Pronoun. And then proper noun. Verb. Adverb. Okay. So write your sentences, explore it if the requirement is there. Though I am 100% sure the requirement, much requirement will not be there.
Sir, where it can be mostly used this spacey command library?
Frankly speaking, in my entire data science career, I haven't used it. There was no real life requirement. But this is a library present, and I don't know, sometime a requirement may come if you are studying if you are doing some analysis. Let's say you are working for a content management and you want to separate out, you want to do some kind of analysis that in this document, how many nouns are there or how many verbs are there. If that part of analytics is required, then probably it would be needed. Very rare scenario. But I am covering it because knowledge is a knowledge. You don't know when it would be used. Okay. Frankly speaking, in my real life, there was no real case where the spacey was supposed to be used, but yes, if you want, you can use it. Okay. So let me say, see guys. So what is this DOC? DOC is nothing but a document which you have created. Okay. And okay. So if I say document 0, if I say document 0, so 0 is nothing but your Mumbai. Okay. So you can run your POS part of the speech on a particular word also instead of running on the entire document. Okay.
Sir, is there a way to only have adjectives?
Is there a way only to have adjectives? So you run in the loop, store it, and then select for your adjective. So you need to make a count. You need to select it, put it in an empty list, and then select how many times. So basically, see, what you need to do is you need to do something like this. If I dot POS, see, if I dot POS star is equal to ADJ, something like this you need to do. Okay. And then you need to create an empty list and store that in the empty list. So you store that I text. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, na? So you need to write one if. Okay. So it would be very simple. Okay. So let's move ahead. Now suppose using this thing, if I say doc and if I say 10:15, my mistake, 10:15. So it will select the words from the 8th position till 15th position. Okay. And this will also include your spaces. This will also include your spaces. So Mumbai is 0, then you have a space. Suppose if I say Mumbai is 0, space is 1, is this 2, space is 3. And then if I say financial, if I say financial is your 4. So if I select from, let me say 4. So 4 के लिए उसने क्या पे बोला है, 4 की starting position उसने off कर दिया, off India. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Off क्यों करा उसने? 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it is ignoring the space. Okay, so 4:15. So after ignoring the space, you are getting it as this thing. Okay, so you can select a part of a sentence, part of words from entire document. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's get another document. Document 1 equal to language. There is war between Ukraine and Russia. This is leading to energy crisis. Whole world is impacted by it. Okay, so what I've done is I've just created another sentence. So what I'll do is I'll say for sentence in doc1 dot sentence print SENT. Okay, so now do you notice it is breaking your document into sentences? So I hope people understand one thing, that in English, to differentiate between two sentences, the only way is your full stop, right? So if the full stop comes, on the right hand side you have one sentence, on the left hand side you have another sentence. So what I'm saying, SINT in doc1 dot sentence, and this SENT is just a variable name. So let me say if you give J and you give J over here, this is also same. Okay, so it will break your document into sentences. So all these things can be used in your analytics. So let's say you have a very big document and you want to see how many sentences are there or how many words are there. And all those things probably you can do.
Done, sir.
What about others?
Done, sir.
Done, sir.
Done, sir.
Okay, take it. So this is all very simple, nothing much for me to explain. Okay.
Sir,
Mm-hmm.
actually, I wanted to ask about SGD boosting. Means like in latest test, we means our that in madam gave the to do about SGD boosting for linear regression. So means it was not really clear what do we have to do.
SGD boosting. So basically, SGD is your stochastic gradient descent. Okay. So remember, gradient descent I have covered when I was talking about Rick and Lazar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. So basically, if you want to do your gradient descent, let me do one thing. But normally I cover gradient descent and all those things only after neural network because people understand gradient descent much better. So if you want to doing it through sklearn is very simple from sklearn dot linear model. Let me say import कहाँ से import होगा गामा रिग्रेशन नहीं चाहिए लाजो रिच लाजो रिच क्लासिफायर SGD regressor ठीक है or SGD regressor. So you can just import SGD regressor, create an object as SGD equal to SGD regressor, and that's it. If you want, you can do it. So the coding part would be as simple. But the thing is, the theory is little different. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So just wait. Tell whichever madam or whichever sir is there. Tell them that once we do our neural network, we will cover it. Okay. We'll come back over there. So SGD regressor is nothing but it will use your stochastic gradient descent for finding the MSC, and based upon the lowest MSC, it will converge your model. Okay. Okay. Guys, can we move over here right now? So my website is www.abc. My website is www.abc.com, and email ID is XYZ. Gmail.com. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Okay. That's good. Email ID is, why is it separating? Email ID is xyz.com. Email ID is this. Okay. See guys, now basically what I want to showcase over here is that though we are saying that after the dot it takes as a sentence, but do you notice Spacey is quite intelligent enough? So if it is your email ID, so it is considering this entire thing as one entity, and xyz@gmail.com, it is considering as the entire thing, right? So it is able to differentiate between your sentence and your website. Okay. Okay, so I have created one more sentence. So document 4. Then what I'm doing is, so basically if you check this document, if you see this line number 34, it is as similar as the above lines, but only thing is I am saying end as this pipe symbol. So after every word, it will introduce the pipe symbol. Okay, nothing more than that. So if you want to introduce a separator, then you can separate it. Okay, let's get another sentence. Bullet train will run between Pune and no, not Pune. It will run between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. जब भी बनेगी. Okay, for entity in top 5 dot. Okay, so now do you notice? Basically, Mumbai and Ahmedabad are the name of the place, or they are the name of the entities. So it is able to recognize it. Okay, but you will notice one challenge over here, guys. And I want you guys to notice that challenge on their own. What is the problem? So Spacey is not 100% intelligent. So Mumbai and Ahmedabad, it is able to break. Okay, but if I give Mumbai and Pune, let's see what happens. Will it be able to recognize Mumbai and Pune? It is able to recognize Mumbai and Pune. But let me say, if I say Nagpur, it is able to recognize Mumbai and Nagpur. And let me say Pune and Nagpur are in same, are in Maharashtra. Okay, so now do you notice it is able to recognize Mumbai, Nagpur, but then Pune, where we live, it is not able to recognize. It is able to recognize Maharashtra. It is able to recognize Nagpur. But what about Pune? So there is no explanation to it. Why is not able to recognize Pune? So you can try with different names. You can put a name of any other city or village or state of India or any other country. Okay. Let me say Pune and Nagpur are in Maharashtra. And let me say uh, let me say Chennai is very close to, is very close. Just Chennai is not close, I know, but it is able to recognize Chennai. But Pune it is still not able to recognize. So I don't know how Spacey is working. Okay. Guys, give me a minute.
Sir,
Anyone who tried with any other sentence? And would like to share it? So Pranav is saying that it is working for me if we replace Pune with Pune. Okay. So what he's saying is instead of PUNE, you pick POONA. Okay, let's see. So it is working. Okay, so fair enough. So I don't know why somewhere it works or somewhere it doesn't work. Okay, let's get another sentence. Let me say GDP of India is 2 trillion USD. Let's say for entity, or let me say for token in top 6.ent. And then let me say print token India 2 trillion USD. And then let me say print token label. Okay, so basically for India, it is saying GPE. GPE stands for your geopolitical entity. And 2 trillion USD, it's a cardinal. Cardinal means it's a number. Okay. So now you can see that somewhere this specie works very good. GDP of India is 2 trillion USD. And let me say GDP of Maharashtra is 100 billion USD. Good. So now for Maharashtra, also it should have said GPE because Maharashtra is also a geopolitical entity, but for Maharashtra it is saying a product. I don't know why it is a product, why it is saying a product. And let me say something. And let me say, profit of Apple is 10 million USD. So profit of Apple. So it is saying, for Apple, it is saying ORG. ORG as an organization, 10 million as cardinal, 100 billion as money, and then 2 trillion USD again as a cardinal. So somewhere it is working good also, and somewhere it is not working good. Okay. So I'll put the sentence on the chat. Take it from the chat if you guys want. Then guys, let's create another sentence. Let me say doc7 is equal to language. River Ganga is originates from Himalayas. Okay. Let me do everything, put it over here. Instead of doc6, let's put doc7. So Himalayas, it is saying GP, geopolitical entity. Himalayas and Uttarakhand, let me say. Let's see what Uttarakhand is. Uttarakhand is also GPE. Now, but now Himalayas changes to LOC. What is LOC? I don't know. What is LOC?
Line
LOC.
of control.
No, line of control I know, but that line of control I know there's between India and Pakistan. But what does LOC to mean in GPA in SPACey? Check करो please. LOC का मतलब क्या है? So GPE is okay. It's a geopolitical entity, and let me say doc8.
So it is indicating as location.
Location, LOC is location. Apple and Samsung are competitors and smart home. Okay. So LOC is location here. Okay. So Apple is ORG and Samsung is ORG. So fair enough. So, but if I say I like eating Apple food, and instead of Samsung, let me say, guys, tell me any other company which makes mobile apart from Apple, Samsung, और कौन सा होता है?
Nokia.
OnePlus.
OnePlus. Okay, chalo. Nokia to is the history. OnePlus. Okay. So this time it says Apple as Apple fruit. I like eating apple. Let me remove this word fruit. So still it says it is an ORG. So in this sentence, if you notice, apple is not an ORG, it is a fruit. But this is where the SPACey is getting confused. Okay, so don't rely on SPACey blindly. You may be So try playing with some another sentence and see how it works. Okay. So from Spacey, if you want, you can import your Displacy. Then what I'm doing, I am saying style equal to entity. So wherever you are having the entity, those words would be highlighted. Okay. So 15,000 is a cardinal. So it is highlighted. India is a geopolitical entity. MG Hector is an organization. Last year is a date format, right? So remember, we have when I was doing the theory, I have said you that you can recognize which one is an organization, which one is a money, which one is related to time. Okay, so all those things, if you want, you can recognize. Okay, let's see. So it's 11:30, guys. Take 15 minutes break. Yeah, some people might have not taken 10 take 15 minutes break, and after break we will continue exploring our spacing. So it might again take some 15-20 minutes or half an hour, and then our spacing will come to you. Okay? 15 मिनट का ब्रेक है. Okay, guys. So I hope everyone is back from the break. Class, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, fair enough. So thank
Yes.
you. So this is how I'm sharing the screen. So we have explored our Spacie library. So try running your this thing, this Spacie, and let me know once you have done it. And then probably we will again go back to our NLTK and we'll try to do few things from our NLTK library. Let's do stemming using NLTK. Okay. So what is stemming? Can I have a quick answer, please?
Sir, mapping to the root word.
Yes, absolutely right. Mapping to the root word. So there are so many stemmers for different language: Arabic, Danish, Dutch, English, Spanish. So Italian, बहुत सारे हैं. So what I'll do, I'll import my snowball stemmer. Okay. Language equal to English. And then let's do. Okay. So basically, what I'm doing at line number 75, I have created a list of words. And at line number 76, I am trying to see their root words. I'm trying to see the root words. What are their root words? Okay. So basically what I'm doing, I'm writing a for loop, and then I'm saying print word, its stemming is. So how do you get the stemming word? Stemmer dot stem, and you pass the word. So for each and every word. So swim. So if the word is swim, is stemming is swim. If it is swimmer, then it is swimmer. If it is swimming, then it is swim. Swam, then swam. Match, then match. For matches, it is match. For run, it is run. For running, it is run. So if you notice, it is doing a fairly good job. It is doing a fairly good job. And let me pass some more words. Let me say humans. So for humans, it is giving humans. And let me say Indians. It gives you Indian. Okay, fair enough. कुछ और word डाल देते हैं. Cars. So it gives you car. These are the things which is true. Okay. So please try creating it and try exploring it. Take different words and see for which word it is giving good or for which word it is not giving that good. Okay. Try exploring on your own. Take few minutes, 4-5 minutes, and try running it. If any doubt, any question, then let me know. And don't just stop on the words which I have taken. Try passing your own words, whichever words you think, and if you want to share, want to discuss few words, put it on the chat window. Let me know whether it is working good or not. Take some time, few minutes.
Sir, that command from nltk.stream import snowball streamer was giving error.
Is it? Should-
Then I did pip install snowball. Now it's
Pip install-
running since that time.
Pip install snowball. No, it should not give an error. NLTK is already the library which we have been using. So from nltk.stem.snowball, import snowball stemmer. I don't think any error should be coming.
Okay. Still, all the lines are the kernel is running them with star.
If it is running with a star, then you do one thing. Then you go to the kernel and
Okay.
restart it. Anyone else, guys, who is getting error while importing the snowball stemmer?
No, sir.
So for peoples, PEOPLES. So Prathamesh, peoples जैसा कोई word है क्या English language में? I think when you are using peoples, apostrophe should be coming, right? According to me. Though probably you guys your English is better than mine. But according to me, if you are writing a peoples, it should have an apostrophe, something people. Okay. So for example, you put this in double quotes and you put a single quote over there. And then let's see what happens. Okay, so peoples, it is still giving POPL. Okay, so it is not working fine. So if we just give people, PEO, Now let's see. Same. So see, according to me, what is happening over here is now, so it is using some kind of rules. It is using some kind of rule, mathematical rule. So for example, if ing is there, then it is removing the ing and it becomes your root word. If s is there, then it is removing your s. So for example, let me say if there are double cars, then probably it is getting confused. Okay. So it is not able to identify. So yes, so it will work good at 90%, 95% of the time. But for many times, so for example, Pukar is saying cycles. So let's see what happens with cycles. CYCLES, cycles. So for cycles, it is failing. But if I give cycling, for cycling also it is failing. So, so for many words, it is not working good. So Vaishnavi says dance, it says the stemming is DANC. Musician, its stemming is musician.
Shouldn't it be, sir, music for musician? Its timing should be.
I don't know. For musician, it should be musician only, right? So for musician, don't think it should be music according to me. So if musician is a word, then root word should also be musician. Because music and musician are two different things. Music is an activity, musician is a person, right? So dance, its stemming is DANC. So that is, so for dance, the stemming word should be dance only, right? Or can we further break it?
Sir, it is giving for dance, it is DANCE. C E is not given, DANCE. And
So
when
yes.
dancing, and when
So
dancing,
yeah.
then also it is DANC.
So probably you can report to the Spacey community, whoever have created the Spacey library. So in next release, probably they can make those changes of the.
I think these libraries have schizophrenia disease. It hit mood swings anytime.
See, keep one thing in mind, guys. When today, when you are taking a decision that dancing, for dancing it should be dance, or for cycling it should be cycle. Keep one thing in mind: this decision which you are taking today is not an instantaneous decision. The decision which you are taking today is coming from the previous knowledge which you have studied from last 15 years or 20 years, right? So when you are taking a decision, you have a historical knowledge, and based upon that, you are taking a decision. Okay, so same thing. So,
Yes.
but for machine, probably the it was trained, machine was trained, but probably all the scenarios, and there are so many scenarios, so many different words, and with so many exceptions in English language, and not only English language, rather in any other language, there are so many exceptions are there, right? And that is why it is working good for many words and not working good for other words, right? So later on, when we'll go to the neural network, you will see that the things which you can do very easily within a flash of a second, machine will struggle to do. Why? Because you will take the decision based upon your years and years of your knowledge and learning. But machine has to learn within those few minutes and it has to take a decision. So it will obviously struggle.
All right. All right.
Guys, remember at the starting we have run this line spacey.load. I think do one thing. Just load it once more if you want. And what I want to do is I'll say print language default dot stopwords. So previously when we build the model, guys, we have imported our nltk.stopwords. Remember? Sabko yaad aata hai nltk.stopwords? Can someone tell me how many stopwords were there? Count of stopwords which we have previously used. Scroll your code, check, and let me know. How many stopwords nltk.stopwords were there in nltk.stopwords? No answer. Guys, nltk.stopword में कितने stopwords है? Please बताओ. Run your len function and let me know. No one?
Sir, 179.
179?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I hope nltk.stopwords English. Okay? So if you can get, you can. Similarly, you can get your stopwords from here also. From your this thing. From your Spacey library also. So now the advantage of Spacey library over that NLTK library is that there are many words which are not actually English words, but probably they have been invented in last, I'll say 10 years, 12 years when the chatting has started. So while doing chatting, people are using some different type of words also. So for example, instead of saying YES, people might just say S, or they might say just CA, CU, CA, and then they might just say RE. So there are many stop words which are coming from the way people have started chatting. And so those type of words have started flowing into the proper English documents also on your Twitter or Facebook or wherever, many places. So probably you can get rid of those type of words also. So for example, let me say M. So instead of writing AM, someone may just write M. Am I right, guys? तुम लोग ने खूब chatting की होगी. And
Yes, sir.
I'm quite sure कि लोग इस type की language शायद आजकल use कर रहे हैं. People are using, right? And so that is why next time when you are trying to remove the stop words, you can take these stop words from this library. Okay. So the number of stop words over here are much more. Okay. They are much more, and probably we can just see the len also. How many stop words are there? So 326. Vaishnavi, what was the count you were telling for the previous library?
179.
179.
179. So there is a almost, I'll not say 2 times, but the number is quite big. Okay, so from 179, it has gone to 326. So it's almost 1.7 times. Okay, so this is how you can explore it. Let me see if anything else I wish to cover. No, probably I think I have covered everything from the Spacey thing. 99.99% chances that probably you will not use it. But if the requirement comes, you already know how to use it. Okay, so we can move to the next topic. So before moving to the next topic, I'll give you a choice. And choice is whether you want me to cover SGD and then time series. This is one choice. Another choice is time series and neural network. Rest everything is covered and then SGD. तुम लोग choose करके बताओ. I don't mind anything because I think from yesterday and today, 2 or 3 different people have talked about SGD. So that's why I'm giving you the choice. आपस में decide करके बताओ कौन सा option, first option, second option. I am okay with both of them.
Second.
Second.
Second, sir.
Second option, okay. ठीक है. So with majority, I'm going with second option. But then keep in mind, don't continuously keep on asking about SGD. Okay. So because now I'll take an assumption that people are okay that if I cover SGD at the end. You know. So let's start with time series. And if Utkarsha or anyone is saying, ask them to get this exam postponed, which is about, if it is specifically about SGD, get it postponed. If SGD is just 5% or 10% of the assessment, go ahead and take it. Okay. But SGD makes much more sense once I cover neural network and I talk to you about what is gradient descent, what is caustic gradient descent, how do networks train. And then once you learn this neural network, SGD is automatically covered. You won't be having any difficulty understanding SGD. Okay. So fair enough. So if people are going with time series neural network SGD, so I will say that as of now, the SGD topic is on the back end. Okay. No one will ask me about SGD for next 1 month or next 1.5 months till the time everything is okay. Yes. So let's start with the time series, and the theory of time series would be very interesting. Probably it will not take much load on your mind, and it would be quite easy. The coding part, but try understanding the theory, guys, because the theory would be directly mapped to your coding also. That is how I take decisions. If you understand the theory, coding part would be quite easy. Okay. Do one thing. Though I have already given a big break, take 5 minutes ka break. Okay, take 5 minutes break so that people are clear. There is a little bit difference between your NLP and time series. Take 5 minute ka break le lo, and then let's start with a time series. And once we start, we will just continue for at least 2 hours without any pause, without any Okay, guys. So I'm back. So I hope others are also back. Let's get started with that time series. Just please, guys, please confirm if I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thanks for confirming. Acha. And expectation for this session is, guys, so it's around 2:20 to 30. So we'll continue till, sorry, it's 12:30. We'll continue till 2:30 non-stop. So 2 hours of theory session, and then I am 100% sure that theory will not get completed in these 2 hours. So we'll continue tomorrow also. Tomorrow I will be there in class. So those who want to come to class can come. And another expectation is that guys will keep on making their notes. Theory will go for a little longer time. So time series. A totally new topic we are entering. But before I start with time series, let's put one question. So let's say I have a target variable. Then probably I can build my regression algorithms, or I can build my decision tree or random forest or any other thing. Probably you can build your logistic or SVM, so many other models we have. Suppose if I do not have a target variable, then I can build my unsupervised algorithms. If I have my text data, then I can use my some NLP techniques. So whatever whether your data is in labels or whether your data is numeric and continuous, you can build your regression, unsupervised, supervised, whatever. If your data is in text format, you can use your NLP techniques. But then, so where do you think this time series will come? क्या जरूरत है time series की? In which scenario do you think time series needs to be there? For different scenarios, for different problems, we already have a technique which we can use. So start thinking, guys. कहाँ पे लगता है time series आना चाहिए?
Sir, when we have the data which is seasonal or cyclical.
Okay, which we have seasonal, cyclical. Okay. And Vaishnavi, what do you mean by seasonal or cyclical?
Means, sir, for example, if we are talking about the sales of umbrella, so sales of umbrella will go up when there is rainy season, but in winter season, the sales will be almost negligible. So means like it is seasonal, means for rainy season it is high, but for winter and summer season it is low. But same for like sweaters and all that. And cyclical means like at some point it will go high, and means like it isn't constant, means at that time it will go high, sales will go high, but after that it will regress.
Okay. And anyone else? So yeah, a good attempt, Vaishnavi. So I think probably you have read about time series somewhere, but still, whether you have read or not read, probably the answer is in right direction. Anyone else who would like to attempt to answer this question? कि time series क्यों चाहिए हमें basically? Okay, no problem. I know it's a fairly new topic, so people may not be doing anything. See, basically, time series, when I say about time series, it is basically known as your univariate time series. Univariate time series. Now, what is univariate? Univariate means only one variable or only one series. Only one variable or one series. Till this time, whatever model you have built. So for example, let me say if you want to build your linear regression or logistic regression or decision tree or random forest or any other thing, probably you were having your X and Y. You are having your X and Y. And what we used to say that Y depends on X. Y depends on X. Okay. So we study our X and we try to build a pattern with respect to our Y. That is what we have been doing. But in time series, In layman terms, if I say there won't be a separate X and separate Y. There won't be a separate X, no separate X and Y. A single series will have X and Y both. They would be having X component also, and they would be having your Y. It would be having your X and Y component both. So for example, let me say example. You want to forecast. You want to do the forecast of the sales. You want to do the forecast of the sales, or let me say monthly forecast. You want to do the monthly forecast. Monthly forecast of the sales. Now, so what you will do? You will study the forecast of, you will study the sales of previous months. So for example, let me say you are trying to do the forecast of the sales of some automobile company. Okay. So you would be having a data from Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July. Then you have August. And let me say today is 1st September. Okay. Instead of 3rd September, let me say 1st September. Since Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August, these months have already been passed. So you would be having your actual number. So let's say number of vehicles sold in January month were 10,000. And let's talk about a company, Indian company, or not about, you can talk about MSIL, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. So let me say in January it sold 10,000, in February it sold 11,000. Then in March it went down to 9,500. April it was even further down, 9,000. Then from May month it picked up, it became 12,000. Then in June month it was 14,000. Then July month probably it was 14,200. August it was 14,500. Okay. Then you want to predict it for your September month. So September month has just started. You want to do the forecast, how many vehicles or how many cars or units the company would be selling in the month of September. So seeing your previous data, probably you can try to do the forecasting. So over here, you are trying to predict this thing. You are trying to predict. And these previous numbers would be acting as your X. Okay, so you don't have a separate X and separate Y. You have a univariate time series. Okay, so this is where your time series comes into the picture. Now, guys, tell me one thing, nothing to do with your data science. Why does this company, why does, let's say, Maruti or Hyundai or any other company, why do they want to do the forecast? And not only auto companies, any company, why do they want to do the forecast? Forecast क्यों करना चाह रहा है वो? क्यों पता लगाना चाह रहा है next month में कितने vehicles बिकेंगे?
ट्रेंड देखने के लिए.
ट्रेंड देखने के लिए, okay, to see the trend. But why do you want to see the trend? क्या फायदा होगा ट्रेंड देख के?
सर प्रोडक्शन के लिए, मतलब अगर जितने व्हीकल्स जा रहे हैं तो फिर उससे उसी रेंज में उतने ही व्हीकल बनाएंगे. मींस लाइक डोंट गो लाइक वेस्टेज और मींस लाइक.
So basically, Vaishnavi, can I put your answer something like this? So you want to do the forecast so that you can plan accordingly. Am I right?
Yes,
you
sir.
can plan accordingly. So if you know that if you say that in month of September I would be selling 15,000 vehicles, then you need to plan according to 15,000. You need to purchase the raw material according to 15,000. You need to tell your sales team, marketing team, your showrooms that please plan accordingly. You need to hire the labor accordingly. You will keep the inventory accordingly, right? So, and not only in auto sector or any manufacturing sector, you talk about any sector, whether in IT sector also. So you have to do the forecasting, how much sales I would be doing or how much profit I would be getting. Forecasting has always to be done. Why? Because then only you can plan. If you are not doing the forecasting, then you cannot plan. So not only in businesses, but let's say in household also have to do some planning. So let's say uh, in a family where the income is kind of fixed, you need to plan your expenditures also, that okay, every month probably this much is my expenditure, so this month also this much would be my expenditure. Or if you are seeing some new expenditures coming, some fees or some one-time payments have to be done, you need to plan accordingly, right? So if you don't do the forecasting, probably your planning would be, or you would never be on the right track. So one is to plan accordingly for all these things. That is one reason that you need to do the forecast. What is going to happen, you need to do the forecast. Can someone tell me the any other reason? कोई और reason भी हो सकता है planning करने का? Sorry, forecasting करने का, apart from planning?
सर कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस और ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन करने, रिसोर्सेज का यूटिलाइजेशन करने के लिए भी हो सकता है.
So cost utilization, yes. So basically, again, it is somewhere related to planning only. So once you know how many units or how much units you would be selling, you will plan accordingly. And if you plan accordingly, you can plan the cost also. Another thing is basically, guys, it is a compliance. Compliance as in it is a rule of the land. So if your company is listed in the stock market, or even if it is not, if it is a registered company, you need to give your forecasting. So probably you might have heard, or you might have heard the news, like every quarterly, all the companies which are listed, they need to do two things. They need to tell about the last quarter, whatever happened in the last quarter, and what is their planning for the next quarter. So you have to do the forecast because it is the requirement. It is the SEBI requirement or the law of the stock market, or the any whether you are staying in India or anywhere, you have to do the forecasting so that investors can come to know what is the growth prospect of your company. And based upon your growth prospect only, they will invest. Either they will buy your share or sell your share. So based upon that only, they will do the investment. So one is for the company's own benefit, you have to do the forecasting. Another is that is a mandatory requirement. Law बोलता है कि तुम्हें forecasting करनी. अच्छा, अभी just I think 3 days, 4 days back, have you heard this news that SEBI has given, or government has given a notice to a company, Byju's? Byju's has not declared its results from last, let's say, 6 months. So उसको एक notice गया कि that please come up with your quarterly result or whatever. Yeah. So if you do not declare the result, some fine can be imposed by the authorities and all those things. So you cannot just avoid. Any businesses cannot avoid. Okay. So this is just talking about why a forecasting, or why do you need to predict something, what is going to happen in your future. One is for your own planning. Another is your mandatory requirement. The law says that businesses have to do their planning. So let's say if when you grow a little big and you're handling a big team project, so for your project also within that organization, you have to do the forecasting, that what is the revenue you are seeing, how many people you think would be working in your team, or if you think that you are about to get a new project, how many people you need to board, how many people you need to hire, all those things you need to do. Without, if you don't do that, if you don't plan and suddenly, so let's say you don't plan and a new project comes and 5 more people are needed, from where would you get those 5 people, right? So only thing is advanced planning and forecasting has to be done. You just cannot avoid it. Okay, now let's enter into the theory of time series. Okay. Patterns in time series. And guys, please अपने notes create करते रहना from here onwards, है ना? So there are basically 4 patterns. One is your trend. Okay, so there are basically 4 patterns in your time series: trend, seasonality, cyclic, and random. Trend, seasonality, cyclic, and random. Okay, now let's talk about them one by one. What is trend? So trends, when the values either increase or decrease with respect to time, So with respect to time, if the values are continuously increasing or decreasing, if the values are continuously increasing, then it is known as your uptrend. If the values are continuously, this is increasing, and if they are continuously decreasing, then it is known as your downtrend. Very simple. Uptrend or downtrend. Now, guys, let's take an example. Can someone take an example of uptrend or downtrend? Okay, let me call out some names, guys. So, Bhupesh, what do you think? Any example of uptrend or downtrend? Bhupesh, you take example of uptrend. Dhruv, तुम downtrend का example लेने की कोशिश करो.
I think sir, in stock market.
Stock market, ये किसका example है? Uptrend का या downtrend का?
Both sir.
Both. Okay, ठीक है. So, fair enough. Dhruv, what about you? कोई uptrend या downtrend का example लेने की कोशिश करिए.
I think sir, Tata TCS share is I think yearly increases price.
Yearly increases. Okay, ठीक है, fair enough. So Dhruv is not answering anything. Gaurav, what about you? Any example of uptrend or downtrend?
Sir, GST, sir. Petrol price.
Okay, GST is, so it is uptrend or downtrend?
Sir,
Uptrend.
uptrend.
Uptrend, okay. Okay, fair enough.
Sir,
Indian economy.
Uptrend or downtrend?
uptrend. Sir.
Uptrend.
Uptrend. Indian economy uptrend है.
And
Downtrend is
2020 से.
Yes.
From 2020 से uptrend में downtrend में?
down.
Down. Okay, ठीक है, fair enough. ठीक है, basically, so the example which people have taken are absolutely right. So GST भी मेरे ख्याल से uptrend में ही है, though I don't know how the plot will look like. But let me draw a plot. See, basically with time series, one thing is obviously clear that you would have on x-axis you would be having a time. Okay, because time will probably not depend upon any other factor. Time just continues. Let's say, and please ये मत बोलना कि that if you go in space, time will also vary. So yes, time can also vary. But let's talk about the time on with respect to the Earth, and so time is probably, let's say, is not depending upon anything, but all the other things will depend upon the time. So let's talk about the stock market, or let me talk about the Indian stock market. I'm not talking about any particular stock, but market itself. So let's talk about NSE, National Stock Exchange, or BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange. So, and let's talk about from the reference point of year 2000, from year 2000 to, let's say, year 2022. Okay, so in year 2000, let me say the index, then NSE was at some 1,000 points, okay, or BSE was at 1,000 point, and now it has gone to somewhere around 60,000. Okay, so if I take the timeline from year 2000 till this 2022, so basically a time frame of last 22 years. So probably you might have noticed your market has gone somewhere like this, Okay, so it has gone somewhere like this. So probably on the larger time frame, you will notice that market is in the uptrend. From year on year basis, it has been an uptrend. But within those uptrend, probably there are small downtrend also. So let's say in 2007 till 2009, it was in downtrend. Or let's say when this COVID started in year 2000, for first few months, it just went going down and then probably again it's still going up. But if you take a very larger time frame, you will notice that markets have been in probably in uptrend. So try seeing a little bigger horizon and you will notice that it's in a uptrend. Same thing can be said for the petrol prices also, right? So from last few years, probably they have been increasing. There might have been few scenarios where government cut the tax, so prices might have come down, but on quarter to quarter basis or yearly basis, the prices might have been moving upward only. And same thing probably you can say about GST also. And one more thing which I was expecting people will say was your inflation. So inflation with leaving some small downward spike, downward things, it has been in uptrend on year basis. So it has been increasing. So it was 3-4% few years back, then it kept on increasing. Probably it is 7-8% now or whatever. So right. Any other example of uptrend, guys, or downtrend now? Try seeing it on a little bigger horizon. Don't see it on a 7-day or 10 days or 1 month or 2 months. Try seeing it on a little larger time frame, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
GDP.
Pardon?
GDP.
GDP of which country?
USA.
GDP of Sri Lanka downtrend.
GDP of Sri Lanka. Okay, so GDP of Sri Lanka is in downtrend. Okay, fair enough. Yes, it has been going down. Okay, so fair enough. Okay, can I say sales of smartphone? Okay, so sales of smartphone has been increasing from last many years. Will people agree to this point?
Yes, sir.
Time, and let me say sales of the smartphone. So if you notice, it might have been in a constant uptrend only. So probably there might be few quarters or few time where it might have gone down, but then it has just kept on increasing. Okay. And if sales of smartphone is in uptrend, then probably I can say sales of traditional phone, or you can say non-smartphone, would have been in downtrend. It has been going down and down and down. Okay. So time and then sales. Sales of smart TV, again in uptrend. Sales of traditional TV, again in downtrend. Sales of SUV, probably from last few years, if you notice, people are trying to buy SUVs more. So SUVs have been going up. Sales of your hatchback probably might have gone down. Any other examples, guys?
Sir, speed of Indian Railways.
The speed of Indian Railways. Okay.
Yeah, it's continuously increasing. Basically, it was fixed to 110 km per hour. Now next year it's gonna be 130 for all passenger trains.
So has it already increased or will it increase?
Next year it will increase.
Okay.
The planning is already done.
Okay, so let's say we are drawing this graph next year, 2023. Probably you can say, yeah. So speed has been increasing. So speed of the trains. Okay. But train से मुझे एक और चीज याद है. हाँ बोलो complete your sentence.
People moving towards data science.
People moving towards data science. Okay. So is it uptrend or downtrend? People moving towards data science. Okay, people moving towards data science. Yes, so number of people enrolling to data science program and trying to become data science probably in uptrend. Okay, number of people who have started to take flight. Okay, so probably it is again in uptrend. Okay.
Sales of electronic vehicles.
Sales of electronic vehicle, very good example. So it has to be in uptrend. Slowly but surely it is picking. So and as and when the technology keeps on making advances, probably I think people will move towards more towards the electronic vehicle. So a very good example. So now I hope people understand, or let me say the population of India. It is obviously in uptrend, and not only from last 2, 3, 5 or 10 years, from let's say from 30, 40, 50 or 70 years, it has been increasing, though now the rate of growth has kind of become stagnant, but the absolute numbers are still growing. And similarly, I can say population of Japan, it is in downtrend. So from many, many years, the population is shrinking. Okay. So similarly, there can be many examples of uptrend and downtrend, and I hope people are clear. So try making this diagram. So this diagram is of uptrend, and this type of diagram is of your downtrend. I hope this gives enough clarity what is uptrend and what is downtrend. Okay. Online transaction, Vedant. Yes, a very good example. Online transaction and transaction through wallets also. Yes, they would be in uptrend. Yes, especially after year 2016, especially in India, they have been in uptrend. Okay, fair enough. Now, so trend is clear. What is the trend? Now let's move towards the, so I'll put a tick mark over here. Let's move towards the seasonality. Let's move towards the seasonality. What is seasonality? So in seasonality, values rise and fall with fixed time period. Values rise and fall with fixed time period. So for example, it can be something like this. Values rise and fall with fixed time period. Something like this, or it can be like this also. Where on your x-axis, obviously on your x-axis, you have your time. So this is your time, and this is your time, and these are your values. Can someone take an example of seasonality? The things which are seasonal.
Just fruits.
Pardon? Okay. See, before you take an example, you need to tell me the series, which series you are saying, or which product or which item, and you also need to tell me time period. Time period bhi batana hai.
Sir, ice cream sells mostly in summer season.
Ice cream sales mostly summer season. Okay. And what is the time period? Summer ko define kar sakte ho? Let's say we talk about Pune or India. So what would be the summer season?
Like April till June starting.
April
Mid-June.
Mid.
Mid-June.
Okay. So you're saying in that time period, the sales will go up.
Yes.
And then it will come down. Okay. Any other example? Not a very good example, because I'm talking about a fixed time period. Okay.
Sales of fertilizers in August to December.
August to December. Okay. So you're saying August to December is a sowing season. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Winter wears. Okay. Winter wear. So For winter wears, probably you're saying October till December. So who has said this October? So Vedant. So let's say Vedant, the sales of the winter clothes, the woolen clothes will increase. Let's say starting from November, it increases, then December, and then probably let's say Jan, and then it starts coming down. So what will happen to the winter clothes in months of, let me say, March, April, May, June?
Sir, they will be like stored away, it can be used again in next season.
They can be stored, can be used. Okay, so okay. Acha, theek hai. So what people are taking example there, in a way I'll say okay, but I wanted a very good example. So for example, the
Retail sales of cloth.
Pardon? Sales of?
Retail sales for cloth market.
Plot. You are saying about land.
No, sir, cloth.
Clothes. Okay, retail sales of clothes. Okay, so in which month will it increase? Which month will it go down?
So in festive seasons, it will increase, and from Jan to August, it will be in downtrend mostly.
Okay, so you're saying from August, the festival season sets in. So August, September, October. Okay, okay. I think it's fair enough. Okay, so whatever example you guys have taken, they are okay. But let me take a better example. So for example, let me say number of people visiting a restaurant, or number of people visiting a shopping mall, or number of people visiting the cinema hall, or let's say movie hall, theater, whatever. So do you notice that probably from Monday to Sunday, okay, so on Monday the sales may be it may be least, and on Sunday it would be maximum. And then again from Monday to Sunday, again the things will keep on repeating. Okay. So probably this type of thing you are seeing in your real life also. So if you go to any restaurant or pub, bar, whatever, you will see, let me say, if this is your Monday, then the values may increase and then probably they may decrease. So values will slowly increase from Monday or whatever, and then probably they will keep going down. So if you take a time period of 7 days. So let me say this is T1 and this is T2, and then T3, then T4, then T5. Then so if you take a time period of 1 week, then within a week the values increase and then they increase. They increase and decrease, and the trend continues. So leaving few scenarios when you have a holiday suddenly in between or whatever, leaving those scenarios, the values will be increasing and decreasing. So number of people visiting mall, restaurant, hall, movie hall, probably they can be taken as a very good example of your seasonality. In seasonality, keep one thing in mind, that time period is fixed. Within that fixed time period, the value should increase and decrease. I hope this is clear to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so whatever example you guys have taken, that was also okay. But try remembering this type of example. Okay. Now let's come to the cyclic. So there is a very small, and guys, please mark seasonality is little important. Why? Because if seasonality is there, then something different needs to be done. Something different needs to be seasonality. Now let's talk about cyclic. Okay. So trend, seasonality, and let's talk about cyclic. So cyclic. In cyclic also, the values increase and decrease. Values increase and decrease, but not with a fixed time period, And generally, time period is more than 2 years. Okay. So again, if you draw the diagram of this, the diagram would be something like this. It can be something like this. And let's say this is T1, this is T2, this is T3. So difference between T2 and T1 or between T3 and T2 would be more than 2 years, and difference may not be same, and difference may or may not be same. Now guys, come on, try taking an example. सोचो कोई एग्जांपल लो प्लीज. वैल्यूज ऊपर और नीचे तो हो रही हैं, बट टाइम फिक्स नहीं है एंड टाइम इज नॉर्मली मोर देन 2 years. कौन सी चीज ऐसी हो सकती है?
Sir, the floods, as now it has happened in Pakistan.
Flood. See, I'll tell you, flood हो या कोई natural calamity हो, they have nothing to do with the time. Okay, they have nothing to do with the time. They are the random events. ठीक है. Flood ऐसा नहीं कि आज आया है तो अगले महीने नहीं आ सकता या next year नहीं आ सकता. It can again come. Okay.
Sir, interest rate of banks.
Yes, a very good example. किसने लिया ये example? I missed his name. Kalpesh. Okay, so Kalpesh, a very good example. So bank interest rate. Yes, bank interest rate. So normally, so probably in last few months, the bank interest have started to rise, and probably they'll keep on rising. But if you notice, according to me, if you have been doing some investment in FD, you might have noticed, or if your mom and dad are doing, you ask them from year 2016 to 17 till this time, till your, let's say, early or late 2021, the interest rate have just been going down and down and down. Okay. So once your interest rate start to decrease, ऐसा नहीं होगा, it will not happen that this month the interest rate go up and next month they come down. No, it will not happen. Once the interest rate start to increase, they will keep on increasing for several quarters, several years, and then probably they will start to decrease. And once they start to decrease, they will keep on decreasing. Once they start to increase, they will keep on increasing. So for example, let's say if you notice the CRR by RBI. So RBI has been increasing CRR from last few quarters, and it will keep on increasing for next few quarters or next few years, and then probably it will keep on decreasing. Interest rate. Any other example? So very good example. एक interest rate से related एक और example please सोचो. Very close by. Interest rate बढ़ क्यों रहे हैं?
Inflation.
Yes, so interest rates are increasing. Why? Because inflation is increasing. Inflation. So inflation का भी ऐसा ही होगा. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि महंगाई आज बढ़ रही है अगले महीने घट जाएगी. So it might slightly go down, but on an average or on a larger scale, if the inflation starts to increase, so it will keep on increasing. It will keep on increasing for several years, and then only it will start to decrease. And once it starts decreasing, probably it will start decreasing for several quarters, several years, and then only it will start to increase. So since inflation is increasing, RBI is increasing the CRR. And since CRR is increasing, banks are increasing the interest rate. So increasing the interest rate is good for those people who are doing FD, and for those who are taking loan, it is a bad thing, right? Any other example, guys? So if you draw the chart of, and now see, if I talk about the bank interest rate or inflation. So for example, when I say number of people visiting the movie hall, so I can clearly say that the value is least on Monday, and then it started to increase from Tuesday or Wednesday, and the value was maximum on Sunday. But for inflation, you cannot say that whether the inflation started to increase from 1st January 2017 or from 31st January or from 31st March or whatever. You cannot put the exact date, exact time when the inflation or when the interest rate started to increase. And similarly, you cannot put the exact date and time when it started to decrease, right? So, and normally the period would be bigger than 2 years. And that is why we are saying, we are saying it is not having the fixed time period, and normally the period would be more than 2 years. Okay. Any other example, guys? एक और बहुत ही अच्छा सा एग्जांपल है इंडियन इकोनॉमी के साथ.
So Diwali, people shop then.
No, but then people shopping has nothing to do with 2 years pattern, na? So every year Diwali would be coming within 1 year, right? So even if you are saying that sales goes up during the Diwali, it would be 1 year, and it would be a kind of fixed time period, right? So what about employment rate? Not only about India, but let's say in any country. So employment rate or unemployment rate, once the unemployment starts to increase, probably it will keep on increasing for several quarters. Several quarters as in at least 8 to 10 quarters or 20 quarters, and then only it will decrease, because decreasing or increasing employment is not a one-day activity. Even if you say that I am going to open a factory in that particular area, which will decrease the unemployment rate, then opening the factory itself may take several years. And then once you start recruiting the people, the effect will take several quarters before you can see, right? So all these things which are related to your microeconomy, probably they have a cycle of more than 2 years. They move up, they move down, but the time period would not be fixed, and normally it would be more than a 2 years time horizon. Okay. Any doubt, any question in cyclic, guys? Or is it clear?
Sir, can startups be the example of cyclic trend, sir?
The startup can be example of cyclic. Okay. And why do you want them to be cyclic? Can you elaborate a bit more? You can in a cyclic.
Right. I mean, like 2 years only it has started increasing startups. Before it was not really missed.
So yes, you can say so. Startups, once they start to, so number of startups, they will keep on increasing, but a day will come when they will start to decrease also. Yes, so you can say, and once they start to decrease, they will keep on decreasing for several years. Okay, so yes, you can say the startups can also be taken as your cyclic, but only thing is, since the startup is a very new phenomena, I don't know that what would be the cycle of startup. कितने साल तक वो ऊपर जाएंगे, and then they will start coming down. So probably we need to wait for some more years, and then probably we can say that what's the period for startups, that for how many years they go up and then they come down, right? But yes, you can say that as such. Now let's talk about the last one, random. If time series is not in trend nor seasonal. If it is not in trend, not seasonal, and not even cyclic, then it's random. If it is neither seasonal, cyclic, and in trend, then it is random. Then it is known as your random. Any example, guys? Example of time series which is random.
Sir, means suddenly COVID came, like at that time, because of it, people started to get disease, like any disease, it can be random, na sir? Disease or natural disaster.
Disease or natural disaster can be random. Okay, but it does it have anything to do with time? Nothing. Okay, chalo. See, I'll not take COVID. So any COVID is nothing but an invent of a new virus, which is probably yes, random event. Any other examples, guys?
So when we toss a coin.
No. See, tossing a coin is random, but I 100% agree. Tossing the coin or throwing off the dice, all these things are random. But then they have nothing but time. They have no time component, right?
Sir, wars.
What? War.
Wars. Huh?
War. Okay. So war have nothing to do with time. ऐसा नहीं है ना कि आज war हुआ तो 10 साल बाद फिर war हो सकता है. हो सकता है back to back कई सारे war हो जाएं whatever. See, basically, the stock market. The stock market, I know that people, the first question which might be coming to your mind that just now I said that the stock market is in uptrend. Fair enough. I only said it was in uptrend. So stock market in long term, it is in uptrend. Or probably it might be in downtrend in some another country. Uptrend or downtrend in long term. But stock market is even random than throwing a coin. It is random in short term. And if you guys do not agree with me, then you open the index of stock market for last 1 week. So within last 1 week, you will notice that there were few days when Indian market rose 1,000 points and next day it came down around 1,000 points. Sir, last के 7 days का data देख लो. You can't justify that why market is rising on Wednesday 1,000 points and why it is falling on Thursday the 1,000 points. In short term, stock market is random. Okay. So let's say the stock is at 500. So after 5 minutes or 10 minutes, what would be the price? If I ask you that question, it is very difficult to answer that question. Or what would be the price tomorrow or day after tomorrow? In short term, the stock market would be random. Let's say the finance minister is presenting the budget. And the budget speech is for 2 hours. So within 2 hours, if you notice, the market will rise 10 times and it will fall 20 times. Whatever finance minister is saying, those things would be implemented. So let's say if the budget speech is being given on 30th Jan, budget will come into the force from 1st April. The policy, the decisions will take an effect will show their effect from another few months. But the market is reacting today itself. So she says one sentence and market goes up or down. And when people read the fine print and they take out the different meaning, then again the market reacts differently. So all those things in short term are random. A company gets a let's say sales order of 1,000 crores. Okay. As soon as this news comes into the market, the stock price goes up by 20%. Now, converting this 1,000 crore will take another 7 years. After 7 years, out of these 1,000 crore, company is going to make a profit of 100 crore. But market is reacting today itself. So today itself, it went up by 20%. And after, let's say, 30, 40 days, it is again at the same level, what it was today. So all these things make the stock market a random, though it has time component, but then it is highly random in short term. Okay. So why I am saying this, guys, after studying your time series, do not try to predict the price of the stock, though you would be able to predict the price of the stock. But again, I am advising, do not try to predict the price of the stock using your time series data. Why? Because the stock market in short term is random. And when the values are random, when values are random, make a note, no time series model should be created. जो चीज रैंडम है उस पे मॉडल बना के क्या फायदा, खुद ही सोचो. ठीक है. If tossing of a coin is a random event, then there is no point building a model which can predict what would be the toss, whether it would be head and tail. So 50 times your model would be successful, 50 times your model will not be successful. So it doesn't make any sense to create model if the series is random. Now tell me, guys, any doubt, any question before we move ahead? Cryptocurrency. So anything which has something to do with your trading has to be random. So in short term, again, crypto has to be random. In short term, the price of the oil can also be random. In short term, the price of wheat or rice or any commodity can be random. In long term, yes, you can say.
Value of rupee.
Value of rupee. In short term, yes, it has to be random. So today it might be 80, tomorrow it might be 79.50. And then day after tomorrow, again, it may be 80.20. So in short term, even the value of rupee against any currency would be random only. On long term, probably I can say the Indian currency is in downtrend. Indian currency is in downtrend in front of at least US dollar, and GBP, it is in downtrend. I don't know what other currency, or Rambani also. Guys, ideas clear? Short
Yes,
term.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stationarity of the time series. And guys, please mark it as important. हम ये चीज check करेंगे. We will be checking this thing when we will be building a model. So stationarity of the time series. But before that, let's write what does stationarity is. And don't confuse it with your seasonality or cyclic. It is little different concept. So it is a main assumption. It is a main assumption in time series. We assume that time series is stationary. We assume that time series is stationary. Now, what does stationarity implies? Stationarity implies that mean or the variance of time series mean or the variance are time invariant. They are time invariant. Time invariant implies they do not change with time. They do not change with time. Okay. Now, so on the x-axis, I am having time, and on y-axis, I am having the values. x-axis पे time है और y-axis पे values. So guys, I have drawn 3 diagrams in front of you, A, B, and C. So, and I have also written the definition of stationarity. So out of these 3 diagrams, A, B, and C, which one do you think is stationary? The values do not change with time. Which diagram do you think is stationary? And you need to give us a single line or 2 line supporting statement also, either A, B, or C. Now tell me, guys. I am expecting answer from everyone, please.
C, sir.
A. Okay, and why A?
Sir, because even if the time is moving forward, the values are means like in the same motion.
Okay, what about B? Anyone? कोई B का साथ देगा? And what about C?
C.
Okay, let me call out some names. वेदांत, दो वेदांत हैं, कोई दोनों वेदांत प्लीज बताओ.
Sir, I think A is stationarity because the values are changing constantly with time, and C, the values are changing with time.
Okay, but the values should not change, na? They do not change with time. That is what the stationarity is. And my question is, out of series A, B, and C, which one do you think is stationary? And if you say Vedant that values are changing, then it is not stationary. So do you notice
Sir,
I am saying stationarity implies that mean or the variance are time invariant. Time invariant means they do not change with time. So अगर तुम कह रहे हो कि वो time के साथ change कर रहा है, then why are you calling them to be stationary? Okay,
So I think C.
C and supporting statement, please.
Because it seems like it's not changing with time.
Okay, so
The value.
it seems not changing with time. Okay. But yes.
Sir,
The waves seem much equal.
Okay, okay.
Sir,
Okay.
the ratio of values to the time is constant in graph C.
Okay.
That's why we can support C.
So you are supporting, Ubad, you are supporting C?
C, yes, sir.
Okay, okay, ठीक है, fair enough, fair enough. Gaurav, what do you think? And Kalpesh.
C, sir.
C. अच्छा आप सब लोग C की तरफ शिफ्ट कर गए. Okay. Bhupesh Solanki, what do you think?
सर
Bhupesh?
कोई भी नहीं सर, तीनों में से कोई नहीं.
हाँ, now that's the right answer. मैंने purposefully जो right answer है वो बनाया ही नहीं. So very good one. So none of them are stationary. So this was all these things I have taken so that you guys remember. आज के बाद तुम लोग कभी भूलो नहीं. The stationarity would be something like this. So very good answer, Bhupesh. I'm really happy. So the stationarity would be something like this. Okay, before I draw a stationarity one, let's talk about A, B, and C, that why they are not stationary. See, guys, let me say. So on the x-axis, you have time. Okay. In diagram A, when you move towards on this line, do you notice that the mean at A, B, C, D, E, and F would be different? Mean अलग अलग होगा, सबका बढ़ता चला जाएगा. The mean at B would be more than mean at A, mean at C would be more than mean at B, and the mean at E would be maximum. So it means the mean values are changing. The values are continuously increasing. Similarly, if you go over here, and not only mean, guys, if you notice, the variance is also increasing in diagram A. What is variance? Variance is nothing but the distance from the mean. So do you notice the mean was also increasing? And if you notice, the variance is also increasing. Can you notice the variance is also increasing? What is variance? Variance is nothing but distance from the mean. So the variance at point number E would be this much. And variance at point number A would be only this much. So can you notice the variance has increased? Are you getting my point, guys?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes. And similarly, if you notice over here, so in this, if you notice, the mean is also changing and variance is also changing. So mean, so variance at, let me say that point number A, point number B, and point number C. At point number C, this green line indicates your variance. At point number A, so can you notice the variance is increasing? Variance is increasing. Okay. And if I come to diagram number C, in diagram number C also, if you notice the mean value, the mean. So when you move on this line, guys, the values keep on changing. So in diagram number C, variance is constant. Variance is constant, but mean is changing. Will people agree to this point? Mean to change kar raha hai because at this point, let me say at point number A, the value is this much. At point number E, the value is this much. Can you notice the values are changing? And if the values are changing, then obviously your mean value is also different. And at point number B, the mean would be this much. Or let me draw this diagram little different. Let me draw the diagram. See something like this so that people are more clear. Okay. So let me call this as point number 1, point number 2, point number 3, point number 4, point number 5. So what is this point number 1? Point number 1 is nothing but the mean value. So mean value would be this much. For point number 2, the mean value would be this much. For point number 3, the mean value would be this much. Point number 4, the mean value would be this much. Point number 5, the mean value would be this much. Can you notice the means are changing, which means, and they are changing with time. It means they are not time invariant. So all these 3 diagrams are wrong. the time invariant would be, the stationary series would be something like this. You move on this line, guys, and you will notice on this line, neither the mean is changing, neither your variance is changing. So this is the perfect example of stationarity. So what I will suggest is you guys draw all these four diagrams side by side. Cut the diagram ABC and mark this diagram as correct. Okay? So that you never forget in your life कि कौन सा stationary है. ठीक है? Please draw करो, on को mark करो. Take 2-3 minutes and draw it.
Done, sir.
Done, guys? Okay, okay, fair enough. So I hope people understand what is stationarity and try remembering these two sentences. Stationarity, try drawing these four diagrams side by side. Mark the first three of them as not correct. Not stationary, and then this one is stationary. Okay. Now, one more sentence needs to be added at the stationary. If time series is not stationary, if it is not stationary, we will make it stationary. अगर stationary नहीं है तो हम उसको stationary बना लेंगे. And later on, I'll tell you the techniques also how to make it stationary. But as of now, please write down this line. So what we will do when we are going to do a coding, we will see whether it is stationary or not. If it is not stationary, we will make it stationary. Okay, that's the important thing. Okay, let's move towards. Okay. And guys, let me know once you think that your mind is full and probably you need a break or absorption point has reached where you're not able to comprehend certain things. Just let me know. I'll stop at that point. Time series models. Okay. So time series models. So basically, there are 4 time series models. AR model, MA model, ARMA model, ARIMA model. So these 4 models are part of your syllabus, but I will tell you few more models. I'll tell you about Sarima model also. And agar man kara, if mood permits, then we will see a Sarima X also. I'll introduce the X factor. So normally if the X thing comes in your life, your life improves. Okay, so but as of now, let's start. So AR stands for your autoregressive model. Autoregressive. MA stands for your moving average. ARMA is nothing but AR plus MA. So it is nothing but your autoregressive moving average. And then you have your ARIMA. Autoregressive plus I plus MA. So the full form over here is autoregressive integrated moving average. Sarima consists of your ARIMA plus S plus ARIMA. So this S stands for your seasonal. In Sarima X, this S stands for your seasonal and X stands for your external. External, or you can say exogenous factor. Exogenous. So Sarima X would be on my jurisdiction. मेरा मन करेगा तो मैं बताऊंगा. Otherwise, ARMA, and ARIMA, and probably Sarima also. We will see. Okay, so guys, please note down this thing. What does each model stands for, and then probably we'll discuss each of them.
Sir, what is that X, after extend, what is that?
X is for your exogenous factor, X factor. So you can say X stands for your X factor, external factor, exogenous factor.
Sir, what is A in MA?
A in MA, moving average.
Moving average.
Okay. Moving average, yes. MA is your moving average. AR is your autoregressive. MA is your moving average. ARMA is your AR plus MA, autoregressive plus moving average. ARIMA, autoregressive, and I stands for your integrated. I stands for your integrated. Integrated means you integrate both AR and MA using a I, and MA again stands for your moving average. So guys, keep one thing in mind. Let's say when you have to build a model, you can build your logistic, decision tree, random forest, whatever, right? So you can build various models. So similarly, when time series comes, so you need to decide which model to be built, whether you want to build your AR model, MA model, ARMA model, ARIMA model, Sarima model, or any Sarima X model. Okay. सिर्फ इतना नोट कर लो, and then probably we'll discuss कि AR होता क्या है, what is MA and what is ARM, what is ARM.
Done, sir.
Done. Okay. Now, let's discuss one by one. And once you discuss AR and MA, then ARMA and ARIMA are automatically clear. They are just the extension. You know? So let's discuss about AR model. What are AR models in time series? So again, let me write auto regressive. In AR model, in this model, future values are forecasted. So whether you say forecasted or whether you say predicted, in a way they are same, but the better word would be the forecast. In this model, future values are forecasted using the past values. Using the past values. Past values का use करते हम करते. So past values, or you can say actual past values, if that gives you more clarity. See, I know people would be thinking we always use the past value, so there is nothing special what we are doing in AR. And if in AR we are using past values, then in MA what we would be using, that kind of question might be coming, right? So just hold on to that question. Question is a valid question, but it will automatically get answered. So I am saying we use the past values to forecast our numbers. We use the past values to forecast our numbers, right? So basically, so equation of the model is something like this. YT is equal to C plus phi 1 Y T minus 1 plus phi 2 Y T minus 2 plus phi 3 Y T minus 3, and this continues till phi n Y T minus n, and you have your error term also. If you notice this equation, just try writing this equation, and then in some time you will automatically get clear what this thing is. And this is nothing but your error. This is nothing but your error. And YT is time period for which you want to do the forecast. And YT minus 1 is just previous time period. And this YT minus 2 would be previous to previous time period. Previous to previous time period. Okay. Just make a note of it and then probably let's start discussing it. And today you will get some more thinking. You will get more clarity how the forecasting is done or what are the numbers, all those things probably. Sure. Now let me say, guys, let me take an example. Let's take an example. So let's take an example. Let me say today is 1st December 2022. तुम लोग को थोड़ा सा 4 महीने आगे ले जाओ, 3-4 महीने आगे. Let's say today is 1st December 2022 and you want to do the forecast. And you want to do the forecast for sales of cars for your company. कोई भी company imagine कर लो, Hyundai, Honda, Suzuki, whatever. And let me say, in this case, let me take an example. Let me say you want to do the forecast for Suzuki or Maruti Suzuki India Limited, whatever. Okay. So example, today is 1st December 2022. You want to do the forecast for sales of the cars which would be getting sold in month of December, right? So since today is 1st December 2022, and consider you have you have monthly data. You have monthly data for last 10 years or probably let's say 20 years. पिछले 20 साल का monthly data है. You have the data from year 2020. You have the data from year 2002, 2003, and whatever, right? So now you want to do the forecast. You want to do the forecast for 1st December 2022. Please listen to the question very carefully. Okay. Now you want to do the forecast for December 2022. And since you are standing on 1st December 2022, you have the actual numbers. You have the actual numbers of November 2022. You also have the actual numbers of October. Guys, please go on mute. Ubayd, please go on mute.
Yes, yes, sir.
You have the actual numbers for November also, October also, you have your September, so on. You also have the actual numbers. You also have the actual numbers of December 2021. You also have the actual numbers of November 2021. Now you want to do the forecast for December 2022. Which month or which months do you think would be more meaningful? Would be more meaningful? Would it be November 2022, October 2022, or will it be December 2021, November 2021? So either you take scenario A or scenario B. Which numbers do you think are more relevant when you want to do the forecast for December 2022? Guys, please think for 2-3 minutes. I'm getting one phone call. I'll just Yes, guys. So please tell me. So I hope people are ready with the answer. So which option? Option A would you use? So when you try to do the forecast for December 2022, will you give more importance to November 2022, October 2022, or December 2021, November 2021, or any other?
Sir, second option, December 2021 and November, and also the November 22.
November 22. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so I got the thought process of Saurabh. Koi or guys? Whether you want to support A and B with any other thought process.
Sir, I think so. B.
B. Why Vaishnavi? Why B? क्यों B को क्यों support कर रहे हो तुम लोग?
Sir, because there are more data values, and it has means like previous value of means like December. Can we say that?
But the previous value तो इसमें भी है ना? You are having the previous value in option A also ना? November 2022, October 2022.
So I think it's B because that's when the holidays are in December, November.
Okay, so you're saying December. So basically, you're saying December 2022 would have more relation with December 2021 because in just before the new year, number of new cars are more, sales of new cars are more. Okay, holiday season, Christmas, New Year is more. Okay. Anyone else, guys? Or koi? So I'm
Sir,
not
option B,
option B.
because we are getting nearly a 1 year time, and thus the randomness has reduced for that.
Randomness has reduced. Okay, why?
Because
Okay.
in 1 year we have more data, so the chances
No,
of
see,
randomness is very less.
no. My question is either you use November 2022, October 2022, or you use December 2021 and November 2021. I'm not talking about the entire year.
Okay.
Okay, okay. See, everyone, guys, the answer over here would be without any doubt answer A. And those who are thinking, see, basically, I have given you option A and B to make you confused, and after confusion, so that you are clear your entire life. See, I know that people, your logical mind is saying that December 2021 would be very much important when we try to predict the December 2022. Why? Because the number of cars sales during the December month are obviously very high. So they may shoot past the November month and even the Diwali month also, because from the 1st of Jan, the new tax regime comes, or the value of the car goes down, the resale price of the car goes down or whatever. So people try to buy more car in December month or whatever, right? So, but keep one thing in mind, if you are trying to do the forecast for December 2022, let's say you want to do for December 2022 using 2021, then you have made a very big mistake. एक बहुत बड़ी गलती तुमने कर दी है. And the mistake is you have missed the data for last 1 year. You have missed the data for last 1 year. Let's say in month of Jan 2022, a new tax rates were coming, new tax rate. Or let's say a budget came in month of Feb and there were more taxes on SUV or whatever. Okay. So whatever has happened, so when you try to predict for December 2022 using December 2021, you are missing the entire 1 year data. And that is why if you want to do the forecast for December 2022, November 2022 would be most important. Write down one line that for whenever you are doing the forecast, the just previous interval or just previous time would always be most important. Would always be most important. Just pehle wala time would be most important. So for example, let me say that today the stock was at 500 rupees. So when market closed, the stock closed at 500 rupees. Now tomorrow, whatever will happen to this stock, it would be based upon this 500. It would not be based upon what was the stock price 10 days back. Those who are still thinking that for December 2022, December 2021 would be most important, then try understanding this example. Let me say in December 2021, 20,000 cars were sold. 20,000 cars were sold. In November 2022, let's say in last 1 year, the economy was in downtrend. In November 2022, only 5,000. Now, what do you think, guys? What do you think in December 2022? The numbers will it increase from 5,000 to 20,000? क्या ऐसा possible हो सकता है? Whatever will happen in December month, उसका base तो November ही होगा ना? Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right? And one more thing, if people are still not clear, try understanding one more thing. What is a price? Let me take one example. Let me say today the price of a stock is, let me say price of a stock A is rupees 200. Price of stock is rupees 200 when the market closed. जब market बंद हुआ, share market बंद हुआ तो उसका दाम 200 रुपए था, हिंदी में कर बोले. Now what does this 200 indicates? ये क्या है? So when you try to buy a stock, you will have to pay 200 rupees. But what does this 200 indicates? ये 200 का real life में meaning क्या है? What does this 200 tells you about that stock? Or what does this 200 captures? ये क्या, इसमें क्या चीज जुड़ी हुई है? कोई सोच सकता है?
Current value of the stocks.
Okay, current value of the stock. Anything else? Okay, so this 200, guys, whether you agree or don't agree, this 200 includes, this 200 is the price which market has decided. Which market has decided today based on all the news, whether it is positive or negative, related to the stock. And not only stock, but also related to the economy of the country. So if the economy of the country is doing good, probably all the stocks would be doing good. Not only economy of the country, but also about the entire world. पूरे वर्ल्ड में जितनी भी अच्छी बुरी न्यूज हैं और उनका whatever impact can be there on the stock, उन सब को कंसिडर करने के बाद आज का ये दाम डिसाइड हुआ. Okay, so let's say if there is a sudden war breaks out, so if the Indian market goes down, probably this stock would also be going down. So this stock has something to do with your war in Ukraine and Russia also, though it may not be directly related. but news has something to do. The sentiments have something to do. Something. So let's say the US Fed rate increases the interest rate. What does US to do with India? Fed rate. But it has something to do with in long run. So that will impact the Indian economy. Indian economy is impacting this thing. So China announces, a bank in China announces some bankruptcy. The Indian market goes down. If Indian market is going down, almost all the stocks would be going down. So whatever is the positive, negative news, not only related to that stock, but related to that sector. Let's say the stock is related to the banking sector. So all the news related to the banking sector, India, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी पॉलिटिक्स, जो सबके न्यूज को कंबाइन करने के बाद ये दाम मार्केट ने डिसाइड किया है. Okay, so keep that thing in mind, and I hope people will agree to this point. So that is why, so let's say when 5,000 cars was sold by Maruti in November 2022. So this 5,000 includes everything. It includes the sentiment of the people. So people will buy something when they think the sentiments are positive. So these 5,000 cars are sold. Not only these numbers capture not only the sentiment, but also they also capture the general economic health of the country also, world also, the interest rate also, employment also, everything. After capturing everything, these numbers were generated. So now whatever will happen in December 2022, the base would be this 5,000 only. So because let's say from the 1st December and 31st November, if nothing new is happening, then normally I'm likely to sell somewhere around 5,000 cars only. I'm likely to sell 5,000 cars only. But in December month, some festivals are coming. So a 5%, 10% increase may come because of the festival. But it cannot happen that from 5,000, you can suddenly go to the 50,000, because last year, December, it was 50,000. Okay, so that will not be possible. So always keep one thing in mind. Whenever you are doing the forecasting, the just previous time interval would always be most important. Now tell me guys, any doubt, any question?
No, sir.
Clear है सबको? Just previous interval सबसे important होगा. And whether you are doing forecasting for any big company, or let's say you have a small store, you have a kirana shop, you have a general store. So the number of people coming to your shop, let's say from last 5 days, on an average, 500 people were coming. If nothing new happens, then you can expect around 500 people coming to your shop. Okay. Today also. Now, let's come back to this example. So what is YT? YT is time period for which you want to do the forecast. And then this YT minus 1 is just previous time period. YT minus 2 is previous to previous time interval. So if I take this example, if I want to do the forecast for December 2022, then this YT would be December 2022. YT minus 1. What is YT minus 1? YT minus 1 would be your November 2022. And YT minus 2 would be your October 2022. And YT minus 3 would be your September 2022. So on and so forth. Okay, if you see this equation, it is something similar to your linear regression. What is C? C is nothing but a constant. And phi 1, phi 2, you can take it as a slope. You can take it as a slope. Phi 1, phi 2, phi 3 till phi n plus error. This is your auto regressor. Clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's come to our moving average. So basically in moving average, that is your MA. We forecast the future values using the past error terms. So let me take the same example. Today is December 1, 20, December 1, 20, December 1, 2022. You want to do the forecast for December 2022. Okay. Then your equation would be YT. YT is the time period for which you want to do the forecast. So it would be your December 2022. And this thing would be equal to your phi 1 ET minus 1 plus phi 2 ET minus 2 plus phi 3 E, one second, ET minus 2 plus phi 3 E T minus 3. This continues till your phi n E T minus n. Okay, and what is this ET minus 1? What is this your ET minus 1? ET minus 1 is your error for November 2022. ET minus 2 is your error for October 2022. And this is would be your error for September 2022. So you do not have a separate error term. So ET minus 1. So for example, when you're doing the forecast for December 2022, similarly, you might have done the forecast for November 2022 or October 2022 or something, right? And after doing your forecasting, so let's say for November month, you would have done the forecasting at the starting of November month. And when the November month was over, you would be having the actual numbers. So you will come to know how much was the error. Similarly, for October 2022 also, you would have done the forecasting. And when the October month got over, you would be having the actual numbers. So you would get the error. What is error? Error is nothing but your difference between your actual and the forecasted. So you use the previous error terms. How much error I have been making while doing the forecasting. So when you use those previous error terms, it becomes your moving average. Is this thing getting clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, if AR and MA is clear, then AR MA is automatically clear. In AR MA, it is nothing but AR plus MA. So basically in AR MA, you want to try to do the forecast. You want to do the forecast using previous actual values plus previous error terms. Plus previous error terms. This is nothing but your AR MA. So if you want to use previous actual values also and previous error terms also, it becomes your AR MA. Okay, please make a note of it. Okay, now let's see, guys. Let's come to this your AR also. AR once. So AR is in AR. What did we say? In AR, we said that we are using the previous actual values, right? So I said YT is equal to C plus phi 1 YT minus 1 plus phi 2 YT minus 2 plus phi 3 YT minus 3, and this goes till phi n YT minus n plus error term. Okay, this was your AR. MA क्या था? MA, see the value which you want to forecast is still same. You have your phi 1 ET minus 1 plus phi 2 ET minus 2 and phi 3 ET minus 3 and till your phi n ET minus n. Okay, and I hope this this phi 1, phi 2, phi 3, these are like your beta naught, beta 1, beta 2. And guys, I hope people are clear that these are just a symbol. These are just the symbol. Okay, these are just the symbol. You can say C1, C2, whatever. And it does not mean that phi 1 YT minus 1 and phi 1 ET minus 1, that phi 1 values would be same. ऐसा नहीं है. These are just the symbol. I hope people understand this thing. Okay, guys. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay, so these are just a symbol and these may not be equal. But guys, one more thing. So for example, if I want to do the forecast for December 2022, so I have agreed, or we have discussed the fact that November 2022 would be most important, then followed by your October 2022, then followed by your September 2022. Okay, but how many months? How many previous months should I see? Should I go till August month, or should I go till July month, June month, October month? How many previous months? So basically the question which I am asking is, what should be the value of n? N की value कैसे पता लगाएं? Should I use 3 previous time interval, 4 previous time interval, 1 previous time interval? Okay. Or let me say, if I'm using something like this, if I say YT is equal to C plus phi 1 November 2022, keeping in mind the same example, phi 2 October 2022 plus phi 3 October 2022. So basically what I'm doing is I'm using the past 3 time periods, and obviously then your error term. Then this is nothing but your AR equation. This is nothing but your AR equation. But this AR equation would be denoted as your AR3 equation. Why 3? Because you have used past 3 time period. इतना सबको समझ में आ रहा है? And this 3, the symbol associated is your ARP, where P indicates your how many previous time interval. Suppose I have used the equation something like this. YT is equal to phi 1 and error of November 2022 plus phi 2 error of October 2022. And then I have built a MA equation. So this is nothing but your MA equation. So this would be denoted as your MA2 equation. Why? Because I am building the MA moving average using the previous error term. and I'm using two previous error terms in my equation. And the notation for MA is MAQ, where P and Q indicates your previous. This indicates your how many previous error terms, and this P indicates your how many previous actual terms. Now tell me guys, is everyone very much clear what is P, what is Q, what do they indicate? Please बताओ. अगर नहीं clear है तो अभी कभी question raise करो.
Sir, can you explain again, sir?
Okay, see, let me see. Basically, in AR, what are we doing? In AR, we are using the previous time interval, correct? So, suppose karo, you are trying to do the forecast for December 2022. The same example I am taking. And you are trying to do the forecast using your November, October, and this is my mistake. This is your September. October, you are using your November, October, and September. So you are using the actual values from 3 months. So what it would be taken at? It would be taken as your AR3 process. How many previous intervals you have taken in your AR equation? That is taken as your AR, and it is denoted by your numbers. So basically it is denoted as your ARP. In this example, the value of P will become 3. Suppose you are trying to do the forecast using the error terms, of your November and October. Then you are using the two previous error terms. So it would be denoted as your MA2. The symbol of MA2 would be, or symbol of MA is your MAQ, where the value of Q in this example would be 2. Okay. So for example, if I say AR4, it means I am using previous 4 time intervals. Previous 4 time interval कौन से हो जाएंगे? November, October, September, and August. If I say I am using MA3, then it means I am using the previous 3 months error term. Previous 3 months error term, and previous 3 months error term would be your November, October, and September. So these indicates your time period. How many previous time period you are using. Okay. The general notation is your P and Q, but P and Q are mapped to your previous time interval. Is it getting clear now?
Yes, sir.
Clear है? Okay, ठीक है. Now, suppose then what I am doing is I am saying ARMA. ARMA would be denoted by your ARMA P comma Q, where P is mapped to your AR, where P is mapped to your AR, and MA is mapped to your Q, where P and Q can be same or they can be different also. It's not necessary that they should be same or they should be different. They can be same also, they can be different also. So for example, if I say AR, if it is given that ARMA 3,4, it means you are using past 3 actual terms, and you are using past 4 error terms. Are you getting my point, guys? Okay. Yes. So AR plus MA. So is everyone clear? Can we move towards our ARIMA?
Yes, sir.
Can we move? Okay, so let's move. अच्छा, before guys I move any further, एक चीज बताओ, कल की क्लास कितने बजे की रखी है मैंने? Because let me just check the mail. कितना टाइम दिया था मैंने?
10 बजे.
10 बजे से रखी है.
2.
10 to 10 to 2. Okay, ठीक है, fair enough. 10 to 2. Okay, ठीक है, makes sense. 10 to 2. It should be fine. It should be fine. 10 to 2. Okay, now let's discuss about ARIMA. So ARIMA is nothing but your AR plus I plus MA. So AR is nothing but whatever we have discussed. MA is nothing but whatever we have discussed. There is no change. Only change coming is your I. I stands for your integrated. I stands for your integrated. Now, so AR plus I plus MA. So ARIMA is denoted, or it is written something like this: ARIMA, and then you have P comma D comma Q, where I hope people can guess AR is mapped to your P, I is mapped to your D, and MA is mapped to your Q. MA is mapped to your Q. So auto-regressive integrated moving average. Normally industry में लोग ARIMA बोलते रहेंगे. But actually it is auto-regressive integrated moving average. But ARIMA is also most popularly used, though it's just a short form. Okay, so now let's discuss about integrated. Now, can someone tell me what is the main assumption of time series? What is the main assumption of time series? अभी थोड़ी देर पहले discuss किया है. Kalpesh, तुम बताओ, what is the main assumption of time series?
Stationary, sir.
Stationary. Okay, थोड़ा सा और बताओ, what do you mean by stationarity?
Time is invariant.
So yeah, so say time invariant. तो ठीक है, start using the proper word. The mean and the variance of the time series is, or mean and the variance are time invariant. Time invariant तो है, but what is time invariant? Mean and the variance is time invariant, right? So basically, let's say if your data, if your series is not stationary, if series is not stationary, if series is not stationary, we can use differencing. We can use differencing. We can use differencing to make it stationary. Everyone please make a note of this line. So अगर कोई पूछता है कि उस सीरीज को स्टेशनरी कैसे बना सकते हो, आंसर इज वेरी सिंपल, डिफरेंसिंग. ये वर्ड तो एटलीस्ट याद रखना. And then we are about to discuss what differencing is. It's very simple. If series is not stationary, then remember we said that we will make it stationary. Now we are discussing how to make it stationary. How to make it stationary? In simple terms, the answer is do the differencing. Do the differencing and series becomes your stationary. Let me say this is my original series. So the values are something like this. Let me say the values was 200. Okay, let me say this is original series and assume it, let me say it is not stationary. It is not stationary. And then what do? We do the differencing. So differencing, as people might have guessed, it is nothing but subtract one term from the another term. Subtract one term from another. So for example, if I subtract 200 from 210, so I will get 10. 217 minus 10 is nothing but your 7. 240 minus 217, it would be 23. 280 में से 240 गया तो 40. 360 minus 280 would be your 80. Then 40. Then 205 minus 400, it would be how much, guys? Minus 195. Then 213 minus 205, it would be how much? It would be 8. 220 minus 213. 220 minus 213 would be how much? It would be 7. 245 minus this would be your 25. This would be your 65. This would be your 70. This would be your 40. Okay. Again, listen to my statement very carefully. Original series was not stationary. Then you have done the differencing. This is the series. This is the series after doing first level of differencing. First level of differencing. This is a series after first level of differencing. Now you again plot this thing. You plot this thing, and if it is stationary, then value of ARIMA. Then value of ARIMA. It is denoted as your P, D, and Q. Then value of I becomes how much? Value of I becomes 1. तुमने कितने बार differencing करी है to make it stationary is the value of your I, which is denoted as your symbol T. Then the value becomes your 1. Is everyone clear till this point, guys? If you have done the differencing, so if you have done the differencing and then you again plot it, and if you see it is stationary, how would you see if it is stationary or not? If your graph comes something like this, it means it is a stationary. If it is stationary, then value of I will become 1. So I indicates how many times the differencing was done. So this was nothing but your series after first level of differencing. Now let me say you do your, consider it was not stationary. You did your differencing and series was not stationary. You do your second level of differencing. You do your second level of differencing. If you do your second level of differencing, then 7 minus 10. 7 minus 10 is minus 3. 23 minus 7. 23 minus 7 is how much? That would be your 14. 40 minus 23 would be your 17. 80 minus 40 would be your 40. 40 minus 80 would be your minus 40. Minus 195 minus 40. So this would be your minus 235. 87 plus 87 minus 195. So you will add them. It will come to 82. 25 minus 27. 25 minus 27 would be this much. So it would be minus 62. 65 minus 25 would be 40. 70 minus 65 would be 5. 40 minus 70 would be minus 30. So this is your series or the data after second level of differencing. If you plot it and you get it stationary, it means your series, the value of I or the value of D becomes 2. The value of D becomes 2. So basically, I stands for your differencing, how many times you have done the differencing to make it stationary. Okay. Is everyone clear, guys? What is differencing?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So I think we will end the session over here, guys.
Yes.
So tomorrow, so theory is still left. So tomorrow when we'll meet, we will see how to find the value of P and Q. P and Q की value कैसे निकालते हैं वो देखेंगे. फिर we will see what is our lag. So basically once you understand lag, then only you can find the value of P and Q. We will see how to find the value of P and Q. We can find the value, how to find the value of lag and all those things. Okay. Ajay, one more thing before we end. Using ARIMA, we can build 4 models. We can build AR model. We can build MA model. We can build AR-IMA model. Sorry, we can build AR-MA model. And obviously we can build our AR-IMA model. Please isko yaad rakhna, because we will always use your ARIMA. In ARIMA, P, D, Q. If D is 0, Q is 0, and P is non-zero, and P is non-zero, then it becomes your ARP. In ARIMA, P, D, Q. P, D, Q. If P is 0, D is 0, and Q is non-zero, then it becomes your MA Q. In ARIMA, which is nothing but P, D, Q. If D is 0 and P is non-zero and Q is also non-zero, then it becomes your ARMA P, Q. Then it becomes your ARMA P, Q. In ARIMA, which is nothing but your P, D, Q, if all of them are non-zero, then obviously it is your ARIMA model. Okay, na? Is this thing getting clear, guys? So based upon the value of P, D, Q you are passing in ARIMA, you can build any type of model. You can build your AR also, MA also, ARMA, and ARIMA also.
So can you zoom out the screen?
Okay.
Okay.
So based upon whatever things are 0. Okay, so if D and Q is 0, then it is AR process. Then if your P and D are 0, then it is your Q process. Okay. So, and if both your, if only your D is 0 and P and Q are non-zero, then it becomes your AR process. Okay. Okay, guys, so I'll end the session over here. Okay, I'll not go much beyond. The absorption rate will go down. So tomorrow when we'll meet, probably 1 hour theory probably may still flow, and then obviously we'll do with that coding. We'll start with some small coding, and then obviously we'll keep on adding complexity to it. Okay, so I'll end the session. Thank you for joining, and I hope people enjoyed today's session. Thank you. And one more thing, tomorrow I'm visiting class, so those who wish to come to class, feel free to come.